Streamer mode. Turn the streamer mode on. There we go. Oh. Right. Okay. I need to change something. Congrats on being first. Let's see. Edit source. No, that's not what I want. Hang on. GG's. Hang on, I gotta change something real quick. Output in streaming center. Video bitrate 15k bits. Change that to 8k. Stream settings, shortcuts. I don't care about any of this stuff. The only thing I want to do is change where this is coming out of. Yo, Sajad. Okay, hang on. Open sound settings. App volume and preferences. Streaming center, I'm guessing that's what it is. Okay. Oh, okay, I know why that's not working. There we go. There we go. Okie dokie. Alright, I'll move this over to here. That's fine where it is. This over to here. Click on this. There we go. Okay. Yo, Abdo, thanks for the good luck. I guess I should change the title on Twitch to and testing VA bit redeems for Subathon. Update. There you go. Okie dokie. Alright. Dude, come on. Don't fall over. I want you to be directed at my face. So today we are today I'm going to have the voice acting redeems up for testing purposes. Okay. There we go. And I haven't really figured out a way for YouTube to have this. I might have these I might have these set to super chats, because that's the only thing that really kind of makes sense, because I don't have anything else for that. But for now, since everything's still kind of like, well, I've never done this before, and fuck, might as well try it, I guess. But yes, now you could basically do voice acting redeems. Which I may need to change the descriptions or do something like, I don't know, XYZ. See if things are confusing. Whatever. I would like to have some feedback, though there's nobody really here at the moment. So I'll probably be saying this again. You're about to redeem the 100 bits, checked, and figured that your card is expired. Damn. Damn, the bass is louder. 4 years, damn. F. Good luck in today's runs. That's the idea. Okay, the next one has to be it. Yep. Whoa, why was I there? Yeah, thanks for the good luck. Was there a problem? Was it the card, or was there just a problem in general? Hang on, let me, There we go. I will need to know if things are fucked up on my end. Okay, I need you to move your fucking head, you dick sucker. I don't know why I said it that way. Probably because I was trying to say dick, and then it ended up also saying something else. Brain. Okay, Crash's head should start moving soon. Come on, dude. There we go. Almost crashed the game by accident. Body slamming this way might actually be slightly more efficient. It worked. Cool. Especially because the game likes to kind of snap to the right instead of the left. So that might actually be the play. Because I've only had a, a setup that was going against how the game snaps Crash. Crash snaps to his right side, not his left side. So that might actually be the whole reason why I would always fail it. I don't know yet. I have to double check. Okay. If I go this way... Okay, I've kind of figured out how to do that at least. I think that's gonna make that, like, way easier. And then I could just tank the time loss of not, There we go.
They found us! Through the airship! Quickly!
What is bro doing? Does he move faster this way? He does not. Okay. Okay. Oof. I'm the goat of this game. I appreciate you. Leonardo. Yo, Ravenborn, thanks for the good luck. Ah, fuck. Maybe I shouldn't do that in particular. I should just tank some of the time loss. And not go hyper aggressive, because going hyper aggressive might not be a good idea. Nice. Da da da. Don't. How am I doing? I'm okay. Will I implement it's not faster? Especially not for this category, because you death abuse after beating Amberly. The only way skipping Amberly would be faster, and it would only be applicable to all levels. The only way that it would actually be faster would be if you didn't need to pause, but you have to pause. The pauses are, unfortunately, the entire reason why it's not going to ever be faster. If we find a way that to, not need the pauses, then yeah, it can be implemented. And it would be ever so slightly faster. Oh, come on. It's because I jumped too late. That's weird. I've never had that issue before. I'm sure there's a way. Well, there technically is a way to do it, but the problem with that way is that you need text storage. Because the reason why the game crashes in the first place is because Madame Amberly's icon is corrupted. Or the boss icon is corrupted in quotation marks. Which you could prevent through text storage, but we don't have a way to get text storage. It wouldn't be faster in this category just because of the fact that it wouldn't be faster just because of the fact that hang on, I'm trying to concentrate here. It wouldn't be faster because in this category, you death abuse immediately after the boss fight, so it's not... it's not worth it. You have to, plus also, you need to beat Amberly to unlock Hub 4, and in this category, you can't do Curse Splash. In all levels, you can do Curse Splash, but it wouldn't be faster, just because of the pausing. If you didn't need to do the pausing, it would save like 20 seconds. Which isn't a lot, mind you. You can't do it in 100%. Because the two, there's one route where you technically can use it, but the problem with that particular route is not, the problem isn't, that. You don't fight Amberly in the route that you could utilize it, and the other ones, which would be Classic, Classic route and, Early Hub 3, the reason why you can't do it there is because you can't get the yellow gem. You need to be able to get the yellow gem in Academy of Evil.
This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Plus, you can't enter Hub 4. Without doing Cursed Splash again. How do I cope with Burnout? I don't. I do not cope with Burnout. There were 3 times where I did have that. Yo, Juandi. There were 3 times running this game where I did have some very bad Burnout. One of them was during any percent. Any percent, the sub 10 grind. The only thing is that I just kept doing it until I didn't need to anymore. And the other 2 times were when I was running all levels. No. Burnout is not laziness. Why would you ever think that? That's a really, really stupid way of thinking about it. And toxic. You can plow through it as much as you can. Yo, Kaiser. The other 2 times were when I was running all levels. First time for the sub 1 grind, and then the other one was the last all levels grind I was doing. Because I just did not like the category. I wasn't happy with what I was doing. I don't feel burnout from what I'm doing right now. Because you think it's an excuse? That is you. I get annoyed and frustrated, but I haven't experienced burnout with this category yet. Hopefully I won't. Of course Anthony's right there. I mean, in the context of speedrunning, you kind of just need to balance your mental health a lot. Burnout is a real thing that can happen if you're really not liking what you're doing. In the context of speedrunning, the best way to deal with burnout is literally just don't overdo it. One way you can balance burnout is, is by making sure, because burnout can happen due to a lot of things. You're unhappy, you're overworking, you're not having enough fun. Because the thing is brains need breaks. It's the same damn thing about learning a new language. And balance mental health. I'm not a therapist. I could tell you what I do. Not wrong, but you still said no when I fell. That's funny. Another speed game helped you? Yeah.
Stronghold of evil. This is
You
where we
need to
wrong
have...
the
Why do I
rights
have any percent splits up?
and sweep the past under
Should
the
be
rug.
NDS. There we go. Better. Just have to balance yourself. Not overwork, have fun. If you're enjoying what you're doing, you're not going to be burnt out, most likely. Any percent comeback, imagine. This is certainly a layout of all time, yes. This is obviously not a permanent layout. I just needed to put something on screen to say, like, hey, I have these things if anybody wants to test them out. For Subathon, it will actually be something that doesn't look stupid and ridiculous like this, but I also thought it'd be funny if it looked stupid. Humans aren't machines. You'd always remember that. Humans are not machines. Humans are... like, brains are muscles. Nanomachines, son. People need breaks. People need to have fun. Overworking can leave you broken. Same thing as it's burnout as well. You can't just constantly be in fucking like go mode and then constantly worrying and thinking about shit. Too much of anything can break you, yeah. I can go for this, yeah. Do I have a language learning routine? Nope. I came up with one for studying kanji for myself. But I don't really do it, and I don't have a routine. I don't really work with routines. And this is already dead. If I fail that, that kind of sucks. That would suck if that happened in a run. Your associates, you said you didn't want to study anymore because of burnout, but you're getting it because you need it for the job, yeah. How confident my movement is. But you're getting nervous about my jumps? I'm usually pretty careful about my jumps, actually. It just doesn't look like it. Because most people would stop. I don't need to stop. I don't need to stop for my jumps. I know my movement well enough to know approximately when I need to jump even if I'm blind. But I'm usually quite safe. I'm checking to see if I can make it or not.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This
Because you
is
need
where
it for the
we
job
wrong
interviews.
the
That
right
sucks.
and sweep the past under the rug.
I mean, I don't really have a solution for burnout. I'm burnt. I suffer burnout. I've been suffering from burnout from university for a while. Hopefully you can pass. I mean, the only thing you can do is just hope. Because the thing is that if you're close to finishing, you might as well just finish. Do what you can, but also understand that sometimes the way that you're acting is not always just a sign of weakness. It basically means like you're overworked. You can't just treat yourself like you're insignificant. It's not the way that you should be treating yourself. That's a very bad thing to do. Because it'll leave you upset, it'll leave you broken, can make you lash out against the people that you care about. Do a lot of bullshit. Because unfortunately, emotions can just come out when you don't want them to. Well, yeah, state of the world doesn't exactly help. Everybody's going through hell. It's much easier when things are at peace and things are going at least somewhat okay, so then you have levels of optimism. Dude, come on. Come on. Social media sucks because it preys on those negative feelings. Junior year, graduate next year if things go according to plan. Don't get upset if you don't do anything on time. What is? Oh, deal? Yeah. I like that. Social media is a toxin. It will make you focus on everything that's negative and make you worse. Doesn't mean you shouldn't always like escape negativity or whatever or ignore it, but what it does mean is that if that's all you're focusing on, it's gonna fuck you up. One thing I'm kind of glad about is I don't understand like how to use, say, Instagram, for example, because like I know how bad the algorithm is. The worst I get is YouTube Shorts. And even then, like, I'm not like hyper addicted to it. Okay, I'm not making this. I don't think so. Hang on. I need to actually lock in for a second. Take your mind off of studying, yeah. Long-form content isn't a problem. It's a short-form content. Because it preys on a lot of stupid shit. You can't be surrounded by negativity all the time. And that is what a lot of short-form content does, is it kind of preys on your desire to see all the negativity. Because your brain's trying to perceive something as a threat. Consist of briskets? Let's go, dude. Come on. Come on. Okay. I'll do that one more time. Yeah, you should never give in to those kinds of things. The addicting part of social media is that it makes you yo-yo between happy and sad. You'll see something that makes you laugh a lot, and then something that makes you feel negative, and then positive. And what it does is it basically forces your brain to look for the dopamine, and then also, like, the immediate rush of the negative emotion. It basically, like, preys on it. Makes it addicting. When you understand that, it's pretty easy to kind of break the cycle. Because what I do when I'm looking at shorts is I will ignore almost anything that's sad. I will just skip right over it, don't care. If it doesn't involve me, I don't care. If it's something funny, cool. If it's something interesting, let's go. Hey, yo, Colty, thanks for the good luck. Because that's the thing, is that when you kind of know what it's trying to go after, you know how to break it. And usually what happens for me is I just get frustrated and then I just stop. Or I get bored. But the yo-yoing is exactly what makes it so addictive. Because you're looking for a dopamine hit. And you're trying to look for something nice. And then it hits you with something sad. So that way when you see something nice, you don't get the full dopamine hit. You're still looking for it. And it yo-yos you back and forth. And prevents you from, like, being able to make your judgment calls. Social media makes you bipolar, imagine. I'm usually aware of it when it happens. I'm like, I'm waiting to see something exciting enough for me to just stop caring about this so I could go do something else. And then, if it doesn't happen, I'm like, okay, fuck you, I'll go do something else instead. But because of that, like, constant level of negativity and whatnot, all that other stuff, replace doom scrolling with ETD, any percent runs, yo. So, by the way, in case anybody is curious about, the whole testing stuff, I have, voice acting bit redeems that I'm testing for the Subathon. So in case anybody wants to test those out, that would be nice. I'm not saying throw money at me, I'm just saying if you wish to help me test them out, do so. If not, it's okay. Because I have no fucking idea how any of this is gonna work because I've never done it before. I can make it. Yeah. There we go. I almost failed that, but it's okay. You know what? I am going to lock in for a second. Hang on. That should buy me a little bit more time. I have to wait for this. Oh, fuck off. Is that the fucking secret? There's no way that that is like a semi-consistent ball glitch, right? Because that's the exact same thing I did the last time, and I got ball glitch. I am local recording, I think. So I'm actually gonna finish this and see what time I get. I'm not local recording. I'll have to go back in the VOD. Because I want to put this, I want to see what I would get on a sum of best here. I'll only be able to get accurate up to the second, though, unfortunately. And that was almost GG. I fucked up. Yep. Damn. It's like a second, though. It's not that bad. What? Okay. Alright, let's go back to the VOD and check to see what kind of antagony I just got. Because that is absolutely, that is absolutely a good antagony. Okay, what time did I... Okay, so it was basically exactly at 40:12. 2311. 2311, 4012. Wait, what? No, 2301, 4012. 2311, 4012. So that's a 711. That was the time that I just got, and that was with ball glitch. So that was the fastest antagony that has ever been done. I'll highlight it. Why not? Start. Publish highlight. There you go. Save changes. Okay. I'm going to start trying to do that, by the way. I'm going to start trying to manipulate ball glitch the way that I just did and see if that does anything. Uh-oh. It begins again. Who knows? Maybe that is the strat for making a consistent ball glitch. That would be hilarious if that's the case. That would also make me quite happy because, like, I don't mean to alarm anybody, but if I actually get an incredibly good run, like I'm basically like, fastest pace ever, and all of that happens, I sub 2410. Why is this so slow? What did I do? What did I do that made this super slow? I don't understand. I wasn't really paying attention to what was going on. This is... okay, that's just BS. But yeah, my fastest run into AA is a 1659. And that was, the faster strat for, the Nina phase that I forgot to go for loses, like, it saves, like, a little over a second. So, if I got that would have been a 709, I think. It would have been close to a 709 anyways. A 709, antagony with ball glitch. So like, basically, if I got a run, if I got the God run, that would have been the sub 2410, which would be hilarious. If I get a sub 2410, like, holy fuck. We go home. I had no speed there. I'm surprised I made that. I'm definitely doing better than I did yesterday. I'm feeling better than I did yesterday, too. Yo, Darlermon, thanks for the good luck. Okay, I did read that correctly. Cool. It's brewing? I don't know. Maybe. Oh. Why did I bounce like that, dude? Fuck. Pretty clean. I'm surprised I didn't really lose much time. I should have lost more time than that. I almost went over that. I think I had like 2 frames of leeway for that slide jump. Okay. Okay. Yo, Jet. Thanks for the good luck. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum, fuck you. Okay. I spammed the damn A button, dude. That was like 1 pixel. Okay. No, don't do that. Not bad at all. Yummy! Fresh meat for my pot! Okay. I should have died there, but I did not. So... I got an insta-fall there. Holy shit, that was almost a sub 120. Holy fuck. Okay, yeah, I'm cooking with this fucking high seas, dude. Hang on.
Are leaving the sinking ship.
I'm cooking with this fucking high seas, dude. It's pretty crazy. Let you go. Silent. Looks like we have to wring it out of him. Brio, get changed. No, well. One, two, three, four. One, two, three. One, two, three. One. I don't think I saved time with that, but... Am I using OG controller? No, I have my own controller. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ribbit. Ah, got me down. Controller conversation begins again. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oing. Okay, let's see if I save time. I mean, yeah. This is definitely quite fast. Analog models. I see. Okay. Woo! No! Stop doing that! Oh, I lost an entire fucking, Lost a second because of that. That's sad. That was really fast, too. That was gonna be the fastest one I've ever done. Instead, well, it might still be close to the fastest I've ever done. What was the issue? Clipping the edges? Bad movement. I just kept choosing the wrong line.
Ruined, thanks to
Good luck on AoE skip, I appreciate it.
must be repaired.
Must be repaired, and only one person can help. My niece, Nina Cortex. Isn't she delightful?
Obviously, I've made a few modifications
Here and there.
Quickly, to my private dirigible.
Set a course for Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil.
Like Slang or Clancy Brown? Fuck you. I prefer Clancy Brown Cortex. Actually, this might not be bad. I don't think I'm losing that much time. Yo. I didn't lose that much time because of cycles. This is my game. Yo, Princess Samoyed and Equilibria and Master Stick. Okay. Yes, speedrun. Ain't over. Hang on. I'll start speaking in a second. I almost failed that. Have to concentrate for a second. Okay. So, to get the body slam, you need to do some very specific things to go around an invisible wall. However, to get loading into Amberley's arena, you have to basically clip. You have to basically clip into. You have to kind of clip into the wall to do it the way I'm doing it.
You'll always be a little bird.
Why can't she hit me? Because the boss is kind of bugged. Why didn't you hit it? Come on, dude. That was like a second. Yo, Mills. Play the Insane Trilogy? I hate the Insane Trilogy. What do you mean I lost all that time, dude? Because the Insane Trilogy sucks. I lost 5 seconds to that? Insane Trilogy is not popular, yep, among people who play a lot of OG. Because it is not that great. You're reliving nostalgia instead of good design. Damn,
Come now as we explore a new dimension! It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
okay. Go mode? That isn't nostalgia? Interesting.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the
The
right.
rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Reason is because they didn't make the mechanics right. The games are not supposed to work on rounded edges, because hitboxes were supposed to be made very specifically for triangles. And the controls are very rough. The levels were not designed around those. 50x FPS fixes the controls, it does not. Please excuse me while I am a little bit nervous, but I'm not super nervous. Damn. Damn. Right there, that's like 1.5 to 2 seconds, I think. FPS doesn't matter. Rare G Pro L, you can feel that way. Pray for good RNG. Okay. It ain't good RNG. And I played like shit. Okay. Yeah, 704. Ooh. I might not get the 24 1X. Okay, bro was in a good spot, so. Man, this run leaves so much to be desired. If I don't get ball glitch, then, where's Anthony? In the worst possible spot he can be. Feel like Crash 4, haven't played it. It kind of looked like nostalgia bait to me. I do have it on Steam, so I will play it eventually. Have to wait. There we go. Okay, we're gonna try that dumb movement thing that I did to get ball glitch last time. It did not work. Get out of my way. Feel about talk? Okay. Neat. But is it a 1x? Fuck. It's not the 1x, dude. You know what? Fuck it. I want that 1x. I will sacrifice everything for this. I already fucked up. F. That's unfortunate. The worst part is I actually got the fucking trick too. That's the worst. That's the worst part of it, is I got the trick. That would have been it. But nope. What is the strat with the boss? I don't even know if that was actually the, I don't even know if that was the sub, but I'm not taking this. I'm not taking this run. We will have to watch it. We will have to check it out. Frame by frame. Hang on, let me open up Adobe. The problem was that I jumped. Did you conserve momentum with the movement? No, you paused to do frame perfect tricks. So what I needed to do was I needed to just hit the first one, then go over, but I did that by accident. Mastered Sonic 3 on Mega Drive. Let's go, dude. So it allows you to destroy the things and, like, hook on the same frame. Which the problem is I actually fucking pulled it off. Well, yes, I do plan to do the 24-1X. I'm just, at the moment, I need to double check this real quick. Yes. Okay. We need to check to see if that was the 2X. That's the 2X. Like, I'm very mad because the thing is I lost. I would have gotten the 1X. But that run was not very good. That run was, pretty crap. Let me put this here. All I need to do is check the frame because I know I split early. Four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, hang on. Sub 20, imagine. Okay, hang on, I need to do some math. So 12 would be 74, 72. Okay. We did indeed get, we did indeed get the sub 24 3X. $72. At least a 715. I need to have at least a 715 for this. And for that, I need to... I'm going to drop this to a 4. And then I'll drop this to a 0 in order to get that. Let's see here. 556, so that means this needs to be a 4. No, can't do that. Hang on. Hang on a second. Okay. So this is what? That's a 407. There we go. And then I need a... Okay, 407. There we go. Then this 557, which I can do 556. That's not an issue. Bam. Then this is the 341. Okay. And then I really don't need any of that. So I can just make this a 2. And then all I need is just a 718 to get that. Okay. That was like, what? First run of the day or something? And it was still like my end game was crap. Everything in this was crap. Everything in that run was crap. And the thing is I can do better. So I'm gonna do better. I'm too harsh on myself? That is the way of the speedrunner. So we go again. We go again, and we are going to sub the 2420. I'm a little sad about that, because the thing is I lost so much damn time to, just not that good of execution, and to bad RNG. Yeah, the fast Nina strat that I did, by the way, was, it saves a little over 2 seconds. But yeah, when it comes to speedrunning, yes, I'm very harsh on myself. I have very high standards. But I mean, you can't exactly blame me when the other day I was on a run that was 24:13 pace, and, like, I just got a 24:29. How many years have I played Crash for? That highly depends on which Crash you mean. This game I had when I was a kid. Was never good at it. But Crash 2 I had since I was like 4. Crash 2 and Crash 3 when I was 4 years old. Or younger. And I did play them a lot when I was a kid. Damn. So I guess at least 26 years. Man. That would have been the sickest fucking... That would have been the sickest fucking run if I would have gotten that. Was that 15 years ago? 16, 17. 17 years ago at least. Am I the top one speedrunner in the game? Yes. (21, 22). Oh. Can't do math. 26 years ago. 27 years ago. I'm top 1.5, imagine. There's always that one Japanese kid who's better than you at the game. Twinsanity was for sure my guy, imagine. I am amazing. I appreciate you. Imagine. Man, I'm frustrated about that run. I'm so frustrated. Because, like, my execution was good, then I make one small mistake that cost me the sub 2x, and then it was like, I get fucked over by RNG, though to be fair, my Academy of Evil skip could have been a lot better. to be fair, it could have been a lot better. You want a cold Dr. Pepper? Imagine. What's the subathon gonna be? The subathon is gonna be, you can give me money to dictate what categories I run. At least for the first day, the first couple of days. Second day will be expanded upon with a little bit of Halo in it too. Along with resetless runs. Day 3 would be Sonic, day 4 would be Spyro. There is a voice acting day. That's what the redeems, the bit redeems, thinks you have money. No. Am I doing ETD? ETD is part of the goals, yes. Confused. And I'm not confused, buddy. Let's see here. Sonic, what Sonic game? Sonic Adventure, DX, and Sonic Heroes, which are games I used to run. I think I added some reset lists of some Sonic Adventure 2. Namely, I was a Team Chaotix runner, so you will see Team Chaotix and Team Chaotix extra missions. The voice acting redeems are going to be very specifically, the voice acting redeems will be, on all the time, but there's also a thing. That was the trailer for the Sub 2X, yeah. Yo, Xeno, thanks for the good luck. But yeah, basically throughout the entire, thing, except for the improv voice acting day, if we get that far, you will be able to essentially choose a character that I do a voice of, and you'll be able to choose like lines, make custom lines for me to say. That's what the bit redeems are about. Is like, I hope this will be it. It is never it until Academy of Evil skit is done. You never be attached. Let me see here. There's restrictions, nothing inappropriate. If it is inappropriate, I will say something and say like, please rewrite it, make something different. So like say you want me to do Cortex saying something like steamed hams, which is a redeem, due to a showing pingus. That's not inappropriate, that's YouTube poop. That's different. Do the Eggman announcement in the Sad AM Eggman voice. I can't do that. There are voices I can improv for. That is not a voice I can improv for. And YouTube poops are slightly different. Break every record? I already have. I'm completely uncontested in this game. How's it going? I PB'd flowers, unfortunately. I got 2-9. I went for something I shouldn't have gone for. Almost got it. But it turned out to be a 2-9. So, we're going for the 1x. Is a 7-20-25 Antagony. I'm not taking a 7-25. Almost got fast Nina in that run. It's just that I accidentally got 2 of the cores mixed up. Yep, that is slow. And the worst part is I got a 7-11 in practice with ball glitch. I have a strat that might work for ball glitch now. Hopefully. Damn you. I hate this fucking body slam. Yeah, I don't know, but I replicated the same thing I did the other day when I was on that 24-13 pace. I did the exact same thing and I got it in practice. But then I didn't do the movement exactly when I was doing the last run, and then I didn't get it. I'm very surprised that it was a 29, though. Okay. Yeah, also Joe has not been the GOAT of this game in 4 years. And he wasn't even the GOAT because Smartkin was always the GOAT. Before Smartkin, it was Pool. I knew that wasn't gonna work. I'll take that. It's fine. Especially if I do well in high C's. Smartkin is pretty cool, yeah. I'm surprised I got that because I got a running jump instead of a standing jump. That meant that I jumped early. But I had the speed to make it, so it's fine. 24 boat. How many times that changes depending on what you're trying to ask. I do have my attempt counter in the upper right hand corner. Maybe we end the grind today. I almost failed that. Okay. Alright, there we go. Good. I cut that corner too much. It's a little slow. That was good movement. It's pretty clean. Easy. Okay. Bad movement, but it's okay. It's like 0.5-ish. Yes, speedrunning generally has you do things many times. My any percent run has 17,000. I go a little slower here? No. Should be okay. Yeah. I'm gonna lose a little bit of time here. I think it's like a second. I did take damage, okay. That was a little slow. Damn it. It's too far to the right, I think. Yes, we know. I think it's like here. There we go. I lost like a second. One, two, three. I should be able to save the time back. Yes, everything works on PS2.
Yummy fresh meat for my pot.
Too bad not in zombie. You can't be because you can't beat engine and brio or entropy and brio when you have zombie. I didn't get the long jump there either. Okay, this is actually about the same speed as the last run, just, I mean, not the same speed as the last run, but about the same speed as, the pace that I had here in High Seas in the second half of Hub 2. The only difference is that I had bad RNG and I got the slow death. So back in this game, am I the creator of Crash Twinsanity? No. How many new game-breaking glitches and skips have been found? Not that much has really been found, to be honest. There's just a lot of stuff that was not implemented, and the game is much more optimized now. 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Then how? Just doing stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ribbit, 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 boing, boing. which is probably impossible in a PS2 game. No. What's wrong with the camera? One, two, three, four. I didn't find everything. There's a couple of things I found. With 14 minutes. My any percent PB is 942. Okay, let's see if this works. Or works. Let's see if I fuck this up or not, like I did last time. I did not. This isn't exactly fast, but... yeah, it's about the same. Can happen anywhere? Yes. This is the same speed. The only thing is can I not get the slow death? If I don't get the slow death, then I should be okay.
Ruined, thanks to Perky here.
Good record. I mean,
Must be repaired.
the second fastest time is 11 minutes.
My niece.
This is the Xbox version, yes.
Isn't she delightful? Obviously, I've made a few modifications here and there.
Quickly, to my private dirigible! Set a course for Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil!
All records are improvable, though.
This way.
Okay, come on. Don't be a dick. Okay, good. Alright. Should, if I'm not ahead of my PB, I should have at least something. What? Okay, why did I get that cycle? Weird. Okay, cool. That doesn't matter, you don't... Fastest PS2 time is 14 minutes, or not 14, it's about 11:40, but it doesn't matter because, like, my PB on PS2 would be... oh, you cock! Would be about a 10:30 something.
They found us! Through the airship! Quickly!
Where am I? Fuck, man.
You are in detention.
Madam Amberley!
I'm gonna be +3,
My baby Cortex is all gone up.
and then probably about +5 once I enter Antagony.
I'm an evil scientist!
A scientist of it. To me, you'll always be a little bird.
You're close. No. Top 10 is easy to get, though. Even on PS2. To me, she says, to me, you'll always be a little worm. Cortex is bobbing his head to the music. I'm doing this so he doesn't have his idle animation. 1 day, 1 hour, any percent. Imagine. Fuck you, dude. Come on. And all the cut content. If Twins got the insane trilogy treatment, I would be very mad. Because they did not treat the trilogy right. They fucked it up pretty bad. Why can I not move Crash's head? I'm just gonna go instant for the cutscene skip.
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
Crash's head isn't moving. Okay, now it is. Good. Why did they fuck it up badly? The game doesn't work the way that it's supposed to. Dude, Crash's head isn't fucking... Oh, come on, man. Yeah.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the
Because the collision doesn't work correctly. What was that? Crash's head wasn't moving. You can't get the trick if you don't if Crash's head isn't moving. So now the camera's fucked up until I reach okay. Can we be attached to the run? No. This run is very bad. I don't even know if this can PB. Well, I mean, I guess it can. Fuck, come on. That trick doesn't work if Crash's head isn't moving. I've never had to deal with this before. Like how they released Rayman 1, but Rayman, it kind of sucked. The soundtrack sucked. Yeah. Die. Trust me. Remaster treatment is not something people should want. And he's in the worst possible spot. I don't even think I can, like, push. I think I actually have to wait for the next cycle. Or for the gap in the cycle. Unless I go, like, really fast. Huh! Run's dead. I did not like that run. That run was bad. Could it hypothetically be possible to get multiples of Cortex technically? You just want to port for the new generation? Yeah, that probably wouldn't work. This game would be good for that. Yeah, that... What would be better would be a fan PC port. Which, I mean, honestly, if the fan PC port were made from the Xbox version, like, it was basically 1-to-1, I would use it for runs. Just emulate it on modern hardware. I mean, technically, but... $750 can run Twins. If Twins had a PC port, it would be... You would need even less hardware. Less powerful hardware. Like, if we had something that basically almost ran the game 1-to-1... Talking about PCSX2, I mean, yeah. Some people don't have good hardware. Some people just have those, like, shitty laptops that they buy for office purposes. Those would be able to run Twins on a PC port. How expensive? You can't use Zemu for runs? If you ask me, I would prefer Zemu if they, if you ask me, I would prefer Zemu over PCSX2. Because Zemu is more accurate. Outside of sounds, it's more accurate than PCSX2. The only thing is you can't do 50 hertz on Zemu. natively. You have to do some dumb shit, and they're not fixing it because they're stupid. Why do you even need... Why do you even need DDR5, though? You don't really need DDR5. DDR4 is just fine. You get that stuff for a premium. For a prize? No, those... No, I've already implemented them. They're on now. You wanted his DDR5 only? Well, that sucks. They were voice acting redeems. The worst part is that the damn... The worst part about that is that the damn... The damn camera just flip-flops. It's not consistent. The camera will overshoot for some reason. Honestly, I don't even care. And no, it wouldn't have been for a prize. The only thing is like the redeems were for voice acting stuff. It's all just for testing, but I mean, they are for bits. I would do them for non-bits, but I don't know if the bit redeems work. I don't know what that means. Don't care. Try taking my time. Do you understand what a speedrun is? I'm going for a time that I cannot afford to take my time on. Losing even a second can be bad. It's not about having the first place or the fastest time, because the thing is like, if I cared about just being number one, I would not be running this game anymore. I hate to say it, it's just nobody I hate to say it, but like there's just nobody that can compete with me. It's not just because I'm on Xbox either, like I am just way better than everybody else. If I take my time with mountain skip, I lose time. I can't lose time. Very competitive runners. In some ways, I kind of wish I were competitive with anybody but myself, because I am not competitive with anybody but myself. What the hell? Okay. Did I grind a lot in the Smark and Joester days? I wasn't good then. It is not the hardest part, no. Hardest part is sub 3. Mountain skip is not that difficult for me. Trust me, dude. Don't bother giving me advice. There's no reason to give me advice. I know what I'm doing. Is dealing with chat the hardest part? Sometimes. But no, I was not very good back in the Joe days or the Smartkin days. Dude, are you serious? Come on. You don't... Listen. Giving me advice about how I'm doing a run is very similar to telling a bodybuilder, a professional bodybuilder, how to lift their weights. It's not productive. Okay, that was weird. Okay. Alright, listen. How do I want to put this? Because I don't want to seem like an asshole. I appreciate the input. But yeah, backseating, unless you know what you're talking about, not a good idea. It's not considered respectful. Or rather, mindless backseating is what I should call it. So, the thing is like... I can take advice. Unsolicited advice, yes. Unsolicited advice is very frowned upon. And I mean, if you don't like it, I mean, it's fine, it's whatever. But you should always be mindful of the advice you're giving and if it's appropriate to give the advice. Can't do that? Well, it is what it is. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to perform a speed run and hopefully get the best thing. And hopefully get the best run possible. Giganut use TAS. Imagine somebody saying use TAS. Imagine. I mean, I have in quote-unquote spliced runs, but they were for entertainment purposes. I think I got like a 918 any % with it. Dude, come on. Just doomed to not get a good hub one. It's like this yesterday. Yeah, that's good advice. I was about to say I was real close to resetting. Okay. At the very least, this is, okay, imagine if someone figures out a way to warp themselves instantly to boat. Probably not possible. Because of the way that things work. There is a boat underneath the beach in Hub 1, after you get out of the cave doing nut skip, but it doesn't work, it doesn't do anything, and why the fuck didn't you jump, game? Would just be out of bounds to avoid some movement. The tunnel, if you could get out of bounds, the issue is getting back in bounds. I've done some experimentation with an alternative fountain skip, which there was one part I couldn't figure out, but I don't believe it's faster than nut skip, and it is like ridiculously hard anyways, because you have to do a controllable slide jump on an invisible 1 pixel ledge, and then you have to do like a ridiculous body slam. Doable, barely. But if I remember correctly, it was still slower than, if I remember correctly, it was still slower than, doing nut skip. To stay because of the name. I wish, but at the same time, nut skip sucks. I don't think bro understands what a live stream is. You should respect what the streamer says, because the streamer is the person that makes the rules. This is not a democracy, because in this particular case, it would be really stupid to have a bunch of people that could band together and make dumb rules. All you have to do, because I'm the one that's making the content, you just have to respect the streamer. It's not that hard. The streamer says something is inappropriate, you got 2 choices. Well, you got 3 choices. Respect it, disrespect it, or do nothing. And it ain't that deep. If you don't like it as a viewer, well, I mean, there's like there's like thousands of streamers out there. But coming in and complaining about one streamer's boundaries is not productive at all. And it's not that deep either, but I have a chat to maintain. The last time I let things get out of hand, I got extremely mad. And, I had to turn off YouTube chat for like a year and a half. Because of one bad asshole that I let walk over me. To the point where I got angry. That doesn't mean that anybody has really gotten me angry, but at the same time, it's like... supporting the stream. I don't think arguing with the streamer, and no offense to the other guy, but specifically at you, I don't think arguing with the streamer is supporting the streamer. The other guy just said he apologized, it's fine, it's not that deep. But standing up and defending yourself and somebody else, which is fine, I respect that part, but understand that it's inappropriate to do so. I don't find that support. Respecting the streamer's wishes to make sure that the stream mood is maintained is probably a lot more important to support the streamer than to stand up for somebody. Consider this a warning. I'm not here to argue. I don't need to. We're adults here until proven otherwise. If you want to say I'm a child, you will be treated like one. And if you don't agree with it, well, tough luck. And also, it's probably embarrassing to the guy because he already said he was gonna think better and just not bring it up. It's fine. Don't make a big deal out of it, dude. If you're angry about it, just take a step back. But I don't want to sit here and argue with people like it's fucking high school. Also, yo, superior, buenas. Okay, you are not listening to a thing I am saying. You are getting timed out. Because you're saying you're not arguing, but you are arguing. And I'm not gonna deal with that. Sorry, buddy, but, like, I mean... I think it would have been smarter just to respect than not, but I'm not gonna take this. Ten-minute timeout. Hey, yo, Saucy. If you bring it up again, you will be banned. Sometimes, you do have to put your foot down. Unfortunately. How's runs? I PB'd, but it was a 24-29 because of bad hub 3 and bad antagony. I went for something I shouldn't have gone for, and I actually technically got it, but I messed up the order of one thing, and it was kind of a rip. GG nonetheless. Yeah, so I'm going for the 1x. How was Nutskip discovered? I don't know. You should. There's a video made by Bandycraft that explains it. The aforementioned God run this time? Maybe. It depends. I don't know, man. I don't get the like cultural differences between YouTube and Twitch, where I've noticed that YouTube chatters tend to try to walk over the streamers a lot more than in Twitch, which is weird because Twitch has always been kind of unruly. It's weird because like a lot of Twitch chatters kind of understand that the streamer kind of makes the rules. But I've seen a lot of YouTube chatters try to say that they make the rules, which doesn't make any sense. I don't know if it's just a thing because I've always just streamed on Twitch. How long have I been playing Twinsanity? I had it when I was a child. So like 2006. But I've been speedrunning it since 2015. It's about 11 years. Just get mad because of the delay? No, I don't think that's it. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that a lot of YouTubers that stream cater way more to I think they cater a lot more to, like, the chatter. This was basically bullying the guests, though. Yeah, I don't like that kind of stuff either. Because it's not fair. It's not fair that somebody wants to come in and interact. And they get barred from doing so unless they, like, pay money. That's even stupider. How I like to kind of do things is, like, listen, the thing is you just have to be respectful. It's like a happy medium. If I think I overstepped something, I will say something. But if somebody else kind of, like, just says something when it's against the streamer's wishes, the balance is stupid. It's really easy because, like, yes, people are here to watch the streamer and be entertained, but at the same time, the streamer is also trying to handle other people being entertained, and at the same time, we're straight up gross. Understandable. It's like, when you're interacting with somebody, you should still be mindful of certain things. It's not that deep. The current big 3 streaming sites, which what I heard, by the way, I heard something that Kick is starting to collapse as a streaming platform, which is very deserved. Was always a lawless island. The weird thing is that it wasn't. Sure, you can ask me a question, I guess. It depends on if it's personal or not. Because I won't give personal information. Yeah, the thing is Kick isn't even really lawless anymore. They're starting to enforce rules because they have to. Why is there only 22 viewers? I deserve more. I don't think it's about whether I deserve more or not. I'm just a dude speedrunning on the internet. Gambling site with no ads is going under, I know, right? Sick of gambling ads. Nice to have people to talk to. Yeah, that's true. I am just a dude that speedruns on the internet and people, for some reason like me when I talk. Don't fucking do that. Dude, come on. My mic is gonna be fucked up for a little bit. Well, I appreciate that. I can't fix my mic right now. Damn it. Come on, man. Okay, I got really lucky there. Okay. I don't mind people mentioning viewer count. I monitor mine. It doesn't bother me. No, I don't care. Holy fuck, I lost like 2 seconds. That sucks. I think right now in total I have 50. Let me see. Well, I have 31 on Twitch. This is my favorite Crash game, Crash Nitro Kart. I have 54 at the moment. Why is mentioning the viewer count? Dude, I literally just told you off for doing that. That is my second warning. You really need to stop being argumentative. I don't know if you do this in real life. What's up with talking about salary? That's an English-speaking kingdom issue. That doesn't happen in other cultures. But yeah, it's like I don't know if you argue with literally everybody that you don't agree with. But stop being argumentative. This is your final warning. A simple question. So stop acting like a kid. Simple command. I don't care if you're simply asking a question, you're being argumentative. Yeah, I just told you you were being argumentative. You're dodging being argumentative. No, the guy just doesn't deserve to be in my chat. That's the thing. I don't want to deal with children, dude. Go away. Also, don't insult Saucy. Wrong with you. And don't make fun of the guy either. Like, that's exactly what the guy wants. It's... I mean, children are gonna be children. I remember Denshi said, like, I'm sorry you have to deal with children whose parents didn't love them. But, like, no, don't make fun of somebody just because they're being kind of dumb. You doubt I would do... buenas, gracias. Buenas, ¿cómo andas? Pantalones cuadrados. Reminder, we're adults here. We respect others. I don't like the ando con pies como ser humano. Engaging that in the future. I mean, it's fine if you're just letting the guy know. It's fine, just remember. Because the thing is like, I treat childish behavior on both sides as poor judgment. Just don't worry about it. Besides you, 6 months. I mean, true saucy. Give you some more leeway. But, yeah, it's just generally good advice. Make sure that if somebody is being dumb, just say, hey, look, dude, like, here's what's gonna happen. Here's what's gonna happen. It's like, if you keep acting this way, you get treated like a child. That's how I deal with it. Is like, if you keep acting this way, you get treated like a child. Being argumentative is extremely immature. And, I mean, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, obviously. But clowning on somebody can also be very immature. I'm not going to blame anybody for doing so, because, like, people who like and respect me, of course you're going to want to try to defend me. But at the same time, just remember, bear this in mind. A lot better to be respectful and respect somebody else's wishes. And if somebody doesn't, you can just say, like, listen, like, you just, just say, hey, this is what's gonna happen. You come back, continue permaban, it's already permaban. They could deal with it themselves, that's also true. Hint you with the facts. It's too far to the left. Gotten them out earlier. Oh yeah, of course I have a lot of patience, because the thing is at the same time I will give you like the explanation. It's a pretty easy explanation. It's like, sometimes people do just get heated over something that they're passionate about. It's not, like, it's not a problem. What did I miss? Peasants, man, is just fucking spitting out bangers again. I did PB. I got a PB, but that's about it. Luck is not good? Yep. We know that. If somebody comes in and they're trying to interact, of course they want to be a part of the stream. That makes sense. And sometimes people get passionate about certain things. Yo, Dio. I PB'd again, but it sucked. But at the same time, the thing is it's like, you know, sometimes you just gotta say, hey. Sometimes you just gotta put your foot down. And then it's like, usually if you're respectful, people will just listen, and it's fine. When they stop listening, that's when there's an issue. And how I deal with that is I usually implement a warning system. If I say you're on a warning, Did anyone act terribly? Eh, somebody was just arguing. That's all it is. A donk rando with randomized loading zones. It was the worst random experience you ever had. Yo, God, fuck. But yeah, it's like, just give a warning system. Because the thing is sometimes, you know, somebody's having a bad day, or sometimes I'm having a bad day, or, you know, anything in between. Generally, if somebody is acting out over 3, warnings, then it's probably less of an accident. If it's not an accident, then the person just... What's the juicier argument? There was no juicy argument. It was just an argument in and of itself. That's all it was. About salary and backseat driving. True. Yeah, it's arguing about arguments. Yeah, that's really what it is. I wish I could say more, but it was just arguing. But yeah, that's why I kind of have patience, because the thing is like, you know, sometimes people just have bad days. Yeah, there's no need to continue to talk about it, though. Geology makes no sense. Understandable. Have a nice day. I hate it when my fantasy video games geology doesn't work. Was it an autistic attention seeker? I'm one of those things. Autism. I mean, I'm willing to bet the majority of us are actually autistic. Dio, I am not about to argue about the geology of Insanity Island again. Don't lump the tism. I mean, it's two different types of things. I'm definitely the tism. I'm fairly aware of the tism. Therefore, you can bully them. Damn, he just said I have the autism card. Wait. Make somebody socially worse, yep. I mean, the thing is as well, and I'm always gonna say this, you're still... Is there a fight? No. 1, 2... That's much better, okay. You are still, liable for your own actions. You think I forgot the Subway Surfers? I may have. Yo, Blord. My goat. Gluckus Magotus Imagine. I'm just not gonna slide jump, I guess. You're putting in Subway Surfers gameplay on it, imagine. I'm pretty far ahead. Hang on. Whoa. Oh, I'm really far ahead. Hang on. I did not get a... No, I did get a long jump out of that, I think. Wait, let him nut. Let him Nah. Yo, what the fuck was that shit? I'm like, oh shit, I'm way too far forward.
The rats are leaving the sinking ship. Tell us where the treasure is, and we'll let you go.
Silence! Looks like we'll have to wring it out of him.
Brio, get changed. Did I take damage? I don't think so. The 2x was real? Yes, and it wasn't very good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. That's all the same? Thank you, thank you. Yes, the floating crates house a they house a checkpoint. Yes, I do sing. The One Piece is real! 1, 2, 3, 4. Up 2 is kind of cool. Yeah.
This way! To the Psychotron!
Okay. Streamer wears what? Somewhere. But yeah, I almost got the 1x, but then, because I just barely failed something. 50 XP, I don't know what that is. 2v1 and they lost to a mute bandicoot with pants. It's an arbitrary thing YouTube does. You just get it from chatting a lot. Understandable. Okay. No. I'm just... Is today gonna be another one of those days? Gets PB but more. I missed your redeem. What do you mean I missed your redeem? Wait, hang on, what? You're telling me I didn't... Hang on. Did I miss other people's redeems because it didn't fucking play for me? Okay, alright. Question. How many did I hear? Or how many happened and I didn't hear? Now I need to know this because, like, monitoring device, set it to this, apply, okay. Did anybody hear the redeem? You only saw Dios? I did not receive that notification. Are you kidding? I was supposed to see the redeem. You didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything either. I also did not get a notification on here. See, this is why we're testing this shit, because I don't fucking know if this shit even works. Okay, alright, just Dios. Let me see here, hang on. You can redeem in a moment. You don't have to. You don't have to. Hang on. Let's get this, like, situated first, because it is a smart idea to actually get the stuff situated before anything else. Okay. Let's watch 20 streams in a row, the buzz streak. Okay, hang on. Community, no wait. What was it in? Moderation? No. Viewer rewards? Where's the redeems at? I guess I go to stream manager? Then I can find it? Hang on. Okay, let's see here. Dio got the steamed hams VA. That was 4 minutes ago. What is it right now? No, I did not receive a notification on here. That's fucked up. Okay, Giga scammed. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna check to see if, it might be because I don't have redeems set up for commands or whatnot. I thought it would still go for bits. Hang on, let me go to stream elements and see if the redeems should still work. I think it's stream elements. I can never remember if I did on stream elements or whatever. No, it looks like it's Streamlabs. Yeah, it's Streamlabs. Come on. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna see if I missed anything. Alert box might show something. Bits. No, looks like it just didn't fucking work. Okay, cool. Let me just send a test somewhere. Okay. They work. Alright, I'm going to have to fix that then. Big Kevin followed. Redeemed a custom reward. Unknown. I've come to make an announcement. Hang on a second, hang on a second. What is that? Is that was that a bit custom reward, or what was it? VA line? Okay. Alright. I'm going to show you guys what I'm seeing, because it might be a little easier if you know what the fuck I'm seeing before, so you at least understand, like, where this is coming from. Okay? So this is my chat, right? And here's the thing. This is what I'm seeing. The only thing I see is points, redeemed a custom reward, unknown, but when I scroll up, I do not see it for Dio. This is what my shit looks like. So, I'm gonna need to figure that one out. I'm gonna need to figure that one out. Alright. So, that was the VA line. Alright. So, steamed hands. Okay. Dio, I have one question for you. Since the default is Eggman and Cortex, which one do you want to be whom? You don't have to, but you want to support the show. Okay. So, I will do that one in a second. So, as an excuse to send some biddies, Eggman is Chalmers and Cortex as Skinner. Okay. I'm gonna pull up the full transcript here. That's not the full transcript. I need to actually... It's in lyrics, dude. That's actually funny. Alright, let me go read this all. Okay, who's ready for this bullshit? This is gonna be really stupid. Eggman is Chalmers.
Oh, man. Well, Cortex, I made it, despite your directions. Ah, Superintendent Robotnik. Welcome. I hope you've prepared for an unforgettable luncheon. Yeah.
It just says nyeh. Kitchen, blah blah blah.
Ye gods! My roast is ruined! But, what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Delightfully devilish, Neo.
Something, something, blah blah blah.
Cortex! Huh. Eggman, I was just, stretching my calves on the windowsill. Isometric exercise, care to join me?
I'm more than...
Why is there smoke coming out of your oven, Cortex? Oh, that isn't smoke. It's steam. Steam from the steamed clams we're having. Steamed clams. Ooh.
Okay.
Eggman, I hope you're ready for mouth-watering hamburgers. I thought we were having steamed clams. Oh, no, I said steamed hams. That's what I call hamburgers. You call them steamed hams? Yes, it's a regional dialect. Aha. What region?
Fuck, what do I say? Because you're... Hang on. How do I say this?
Insanity Island? Really? Well, I've been to Insanity Island, and I've never heard anyone use the phrase steamed hams. Oh, no. Not there. It's specifically the South Island.
I see.
Wait, is that Mike Pollock or Baldry? It's like a mixture between Baldry and Dean Bristow.
You know, these hamburgers are quite similar to the ones that they have at the Krusty Krab.
I don't know why I'm saying Krusty Krab. Don't worry about it.
Oh no! Patented Cortex burgers, old family recipe.
For steamed hams.
Yes.
Yes, and you call them steamed hams despite the fact that they're obviously grilled.
You know, one thing I should... Excuse me for 1 second.
Of course.
Well, that was wonderful. Good time was had by all. I'm pooped.
Yes, I should be. Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis! At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen.
Yes.
May I see it?
No.
Seymour, the house is on fire. Why the UI looking different? Don't worry about it.
Well, Cortex, you are an odd fellow, but I must say, you steam a good ham.
Oh! I don't know. There you guys go. That's the steamed hams one. The UI is different just because I wanted to make sure people actually knew what the fuck was going on with that. That was a great MP Carlson video. Yes. Not saying Dingo's Diner. I should have said Dingo's Diner. You're correct. I'm gonna note that down for next time. Okay. Well, that's cool. Okay. So now it's the, I've come to make an announcement. So, was that... Okay, so question about that. Did you want a specific character because I didn't see it, or did you just want me to do the... Fucking, I've come to make an announcement. I will literally do... I'll check the copy pasta and I'll read the whole fucking thing. I've come to make an announcement. Copy pasta. You were aiming for the usual, but Cortex saying it would be amazing. I don't... It wouldn't sound right. It would not sound right if I did that. Because it would be like... It's weird for me because I have a hard time cursing in certain... things. I mean, I'll try it.
I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's an absolute cretin. He urinated on my wife. I don't even have a wife.
It doesn't sound right. But I'll do the original thing.
I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took out his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife and he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's like the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? This is what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All point. No quill, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like two balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get, my super laser piss. Except I'm not pissing on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot. You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the fucking earth! Now get out of my sight before I piss on you too!
Expand dong. Okay, that one was fun. That was fun. I made one mistake reading that whole fucking thing, and it said it's like the size of this walnut. Because it's the size of this walnut is actually what he says. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna cross my fingers and hope that these redeems actually work for next time. I'm gonna have to do some extra stuff. But thanks for being guinea pigs. I shall return the thing back to normal now. I'm gonna return this back to normal and then just do some more actual runs. Don't say that, Dio. That's weird. You'll keep spare bits, for when I'm ready. I mean, I'm not gonna close them, but, why is this wrong now? Do I have to, like, I think I have to, like, expand this a little bit. Oh, no, it's just, it's being weird. Okay, whatever. Fuck it, I mean, expand dong exactly. Wait. Okay, let's see here. Edit, transform, you become fat. What the fuck? Bonsai buddy speedruns? I don't know. Oh, that's not that. Okay, here we go. Alright, now let's move this over this way. And make this a little bit, no. Make this a little bit bigger. Damn it. Not good enough, hang on. Hang on. There we go. Now it's good. Okay. All these years of nutting have gone to waste, true. Someone should edit the Rusty Walrus chase music over Scientology. Imagine. Okay, alright, so, you guys have now seen the, You guys have now seen the, You guys have now had the thing. The test is at least somewhat complete. I might have to do a stream tomorrow just to check all that stuff out. But yes, you guys have had the test of the voice acting redeem. If anybody wants to do more voice acting redeems, sure. Just so you know, the VA line one is not improv, but the other ones are. The line redeems are not. The voice acting redeem is. I did not have the pissing on the moon thing on the VA line, but Colty definitely read that correctly because yes, I will do pissing on the moon. I have a special I do have a special version of that for my Eggman voice, which I mean, like I said, depending on the voice, I'm not exactly comfortable with cursing. I don't really understand why. I think it's more like a, it's kind of like if I'm doing the character, I would like to keep like standards or like things that the character would do, I guess you could say. So I would have to change certain things, but it would also make it kind of funnier. I also thought the Robotnik YouTube poop one would be really funny. Especially, like, the Vader stuff of, like,
Tails, my son!
saying fuck always sounds wrong. Yeah. It depends on the character, and I have, like, the way that I have, okay. So there's, just to kind of explain a little, like, insider stuff about how acting works. Eggman would totally say that. He would say something very similar to it. Also, yo, Ollie. Okay, so I will explain something about how acting works. So there's two schools of acting. There's two main schools of acting. There's other forms of acting, but there's one that's method acting and one that's technique acting. I mix the two, but I have a tendency to do more method acting, more modernized method acting, because, TLDR, how method acting works is you're essentially taking bits and pieces of your own personality to create a character. In the classic sense of method acting, you would even include using parts of your own trauma in childhood to be able to make the character be more genuine. One of the more classic, a very good example of this type of acting is actually Azula, Grey Delisle's Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender, because of the fact that she dug so deep into her own trauma that she literally cannot do or watch that scene. There's also technique acting, which what technique acting does is it, instead of using your own brain, you use your body. And like, some people call technique acting more spiritual, which is weird to me. Because, like, you essentially, say, for example, if you are saying just a line, just a normal line, it will sound different if you're focusing on a specific part of your body, or doing something specifically with your body. Like, let's say, for example, you will say something differently when you're sitting down versus standing up. And, say, like, if you are taking your big toe and you're putting pressure on the ground with your big toe, you will say the line slightly differently. And technique acting is basically using those types of techniques to create an interesting character. I mix them. I essentially, like, do both, focusing on a specific part of my body to create a certain emotion, or a certain, like, whatever, along with imagination, but I also use levels of method acting, where I become the character, essentially. Johnny Depp is a very good example of modern method acting, because he literally got so far into character, it even affected how he speaks to this day. Which, I mean, before he was playing a lot of roles with mock British accents, he sounded not that different from me. But after he was doing roles like, say, with Captain Jack Sparrow, his literal, like, speech patterns changed. Another version that you could say that would be similar to method acting is actually Michael Jackson, because how Michael Jackson would speak in public was basically putting on a voice all the time. Which that would trigger levels of method acting. What am I pressing on when I'm saying I'm pissing on the moon? My vocal cords. Most of my technique acting actually just goes into my vocal cords. Eating Gilbert Grape? I don't know what that is. Oh, what's Eating Gilbert Grape is when you first heard his original voice. But yeah, that is like a very good example of method acting. And technique acting you see a lot more in theater acting. Because of the fact that when you act, like, say, like, for a movie or for TV production, you are trying to get things perfect every time. in theater acting, what makes theater acting so unique and interesting is that you never do the same thing twice. So, when I was doing theater acting, I was doing a whole bunch of that stuff, like, but say like I would walk around in costume. I would walk around the stage when I had the time, and basically like learn how to move around the stage without being able to look. Basically like with my eyes closed when it was dark. That is method acting. But at the same time, I do a lot of stuff. Why are all dubs always sounding worse than original Japanese? Because you understand English. It's because you understand English and don't understand Japanese. If you understand Japanese, Japanese is just about as cringe as English is. However, there are slight dips in quality because Japanese tropes don't translate to English-speaking characters because of cultural differences, like, say, tsundere, yandere. Those don't exactly transfer, but, oh no, Japanese voice actors also have to do that. They match the lip flaps instead of the lip flaps matching the animation. Now there is some things that do occur as a result of that, but at the same time it's not exactly that. A lot of it has to do with, one, anime is cringe. And two, some tropes don't transfer over. Sometimes you have to find equal media so that way you can, like... You need to find a happy medium between the lip flaps, too. And sometimes they don't hire the best translators, and the voice actors are basically supposed to use the voice direction rather than the actual words. Hearing other voices like Russian, it still sounds weird, even though you don't understand it. It depends also on what you're used to. So let me give you a good example. If you are surrounded by listening to a specific type of dub, you will be used to it. For a while, I actually really hated the sound of Mandarin Chinese. And I mean, anybody that speaks Mandarin or has Chinese ancestry, don't get upset at me for what I'm about to say. It sounded like people were basically sucking a bag of dicks. To me. Initially. And I thought it was gross. I thought it sounded gross. I got used to it, and then it was like, it stopped sounding like that to me. But also a lot of... Russia doesn't have a lot of, like, super established voice acting. A lot of times they do overdubs rather than actual voice acting. Another example, though, which this is interesting, is that if I watch something in Japanese, but then I start watching it in Spanish, I prefer listening to it in Spanish over Japanese. I mean, yes, I have more, shit, my brain is thinking in Spanish. I have more, not dominance in the language, but, I'm more familiar with it. You haven't heard it? Spanish does sound better personally. It just depends. There's bias. Of course there's bias. Like, I've been speaking Spanish longer. Spanish is more familiar to me, so yeah, of course I'm gonna prefer Spanish over Japanese. Out of comfort, not out of quality. So mind you, Japanese voice actors and actresses are very good at their jobs. They are extremely good at their jobs. So, like, yes, of course, they're gonna be, like, way better at their jobs than, say, like, a lot of Spain dubs where they don't treat the voiceovers correctly. So things tend to sound very stale, and then the acting style's different versus Latin America, where it's very bombastic and closer to like the classic American voice acting. Joder. Imagina. Buenas. So like there is a difference. There are differences, but generally, I mean, I'm gonna tell you this. It's just because anime is cringe. I will give you an example that comes from me, because, you know, I speak Japanese. Not super well, but I speak Japanese. And every time I hear a character go, ara ara, I'm just like, that's kind of cringe. Because imagine somebody sensually saying, well, well. Like, ugh. That's kind of gross. Because I even say, sometimes when I'm speaking Japanese, I will say ara. Because, like, it's like, oh. Or, like, well. But it turned into a sexual trope, and it's kind of gross to me. Or like, a lot of characters have vocal tics, and vocal tics are kind of cringe. Naruto, for example. No. No seas así. Ugh. Qué asco. Let me see here. So, like, imagine this, right? If anybody's seen the English dub of Naruto, you know how he says, believe it? In Japanese, he says, datte wa yo. But imagine somebody doing that over and over and over and over and over again. Inappropriately. Like, there's times where some of these are appropriate. You know, one of them that isn't is, like, desuba. Which is, or, like, the kind of princess trope where it's like, gokigenyo. Kimo. 可愛くない。キモ。キモだろ。キモすぎる。好きじゃねえよ。Like, it's basically like that. So imagine that going into English. And sometimes they take it out, sometimes they don't. But real people don't speak like that. It goes a lot further than most, say, like, Western cartoons, where you'll see people having those tropes, but you won't see all of them. Western animations tend to have less tropiness in their writing. Outside of certain things, like, you know, the dumb strong one, or, you know, the sleazy one, whatever. All that stuff. It's like, that is the reason why. And also, don't get me wrong. Just because anime is cringe doesn't mean it's not fun to watch. But take it as it is. Is like, yes, it's cringe. So, it basically gets down to, like, if you understand Japanese less, the cringiness doesn't happen. Because because the acting sounds good. You don't understand the exact words, only the translation because you're reading the subtitles. And it's different from what you grew up with. Just because it's cringe doesn't mean you shouldn't like it. That is a totally different topic. Like, but just call it for what it is. It's kind of cringe. So that's why, like, a lot of times when you listen to dubs will give you a feeling of cringe. Not because the dubs are always bad, because sometimes they are bad and sometimes they're not. You know, you have bad dubs and you have good dubs. It's pretty common, so it's all over the place. Yeah. One thing that's really stupid is that it is difficult to translate the word height. Because, in Japanese, sometimes you will say height to mean no. A good example is like, what you're saying is you're saying height to mean either, like, I agree with you or I understand what you said. And those are two totally different concepts, but you still say yes. So, like, for example, somebody will say something, like, say, like, isn't that person kind of creepy? Or, like, you don't think that person is creepy, do you? And then they might say, height, to mean like, yes, I don't. But in English, you would say, no. No, I don't. Because that concept doesn't exist. Because height usually means, like, that it's a confirmation word, yes. And, you know, like, there is yeah, but nobody uses yeah. It would be like, yeah. Which could mean either yes or no, depending on the situation. Japanese is weird like that. And it comes from cultural backgrounds. Definitely heard that before. Yeah, I don't say it yet. It sounds weird. It's like, yeah, それはだね. I'd probably go that route, or like, 実はね. Someone just says yes, fucking kills you, yeah. When, like, in those situations, you mean, like, right, or got it. Those are actually issues, from within the translation industry. Because they do not... Because they overwork the translators, and they also buy lowest common denominator. Translators know that, so they don't exactly put in 100%. Fuck you. Fuck off. Okay. That is a translation industry issue, not a translator issue. because most people that understand Japanese will be able to get that. But the problem is that when you're in that setting, you don't have the time or the luxury to make things accurate, because you have to basically, like, read sometimes several pages ahead to get the context to be able to make it make sense. And translation, while it is a slower process than interpretation, you can't afford to be slow, because when you're in the translation industry, which is, by the way, hyper competitive, like ridiculously fucking competitive. Translation is super fucking competitive. You have to be fast, because if you're not fast and you're not efficient, you get replaced immediately. Which sucks. That's how, that is a big reason why I'm not going into the translation industry. Because the thing is, especially when it comes to Japanese translation, English translators, like English-speaking Japanese translators, have to work monumentally hard, and you still don't get it. And I don't mean hard as in being, like, the best at translation. I literally mean, like, you have to basically go through a whole bunch of things. And there's also a bunch of dumb stuff. Like, the Japanese do not exactly like it when the foreigners know how to speak Japanese better than them. They really hate that. That could literally cost you, being hired as a translator. Like, if you speak Keigo better than the CEOs and executives, you are automatically out. Which is counterintuitive, but the thing is like, with the hierarchy-based society of Japan, you don't want to hire somebody that's better than you, because if they're better than you, then they're above you. And you don't do that, because that's disrespectful, because you should be on top. So you hire somebody lower than yourself. Which is really dumb. And the higher-ups, the executives, are not exactly pro-foreigner, in the same way that you would think. A lot of times, when those executives are hiring foreigners, they hire them as, like, consultants to kind of break the Japanese cycle, rather than for, like, the jobs they actually do. Because even the Japanese know that there's a circle of, like, comfort and safety that they tend to go by, and usually they'll use an immigrant to break that cycle, because the immigrant will tell them exactly what the fuck they think, instead of kissing ass and doing all those things, because the foreigner is not exactly does not abide by their social structures and their social hierarchies. There's a counter problem too. They don't know how to deal with people who try to learn the language like me. Because the thing is most of the time when people learn the language, they mostly just learn the literary thing. They don't know how to interact with the people, and they don't understand the culture enough. When you have somebody who does understand the culture, they don't know what the fuck to do with you. Because it confuses them. It's like, okay, so where does this guy fall? He's not good enough to be native. He's not good enough to be biracial. However, he knows enough to where, like, how the fuck do I treat this guy? It's like, wait, he knows a word that only Japanese people know. What the fuck? It's extremely weird. And a lot of, like, at least in the translation perspective, it sucks. And I know somebody who is a master translator between English and Japanese. Somebody who has worked for all the big companies, Nintendo, Sony, I think even government work as a translator. And he was born here in Ohio. And basically, like, I got some insider information about that. That was one of the biggest reasons why I decided to not care about translation. Because hearing about that and already knowing my translation skills are not very good to begin with. I'm not a translator. My skills are in linguistics and interpretation to some degree. So essentially what I'm good at is localization, where I can take something like, you would go from, say, like a Japanese person saying height to translating. Translating height means yes. Localizing is putting that into context and translating the meaning of what the person is saying rather than the meaning of the word they are saying. Which is sometimes difficult. For example, I remember watching Non Biori. And one of the characters was talking about English. Or like, some classes. Somebody said, what about English? And she said, Eigo wa chotto. Which, word for word, if I were to translate it outside of the topic marker, I'll just say that the topic markers is just because it just makes sense. It's like, English is a little... ... That is translating what they say. If I were to localize that, I would say something like, well, see, you know, the thing about English is, yeah. Which brings a very similar feeling to what she said. The underlying context is, fuck that, I don't want to do it. But it is said in a way where, like, yeah, there's a little bit of a problem, and you're trying to be nice about it. It's like taking those steps, which only happens when you understand cultural context and context clues. Those do not get translated very easily because when you're looking for a translator, you're not looking for a localizer. Localization is taking the translation and making it make sense in context. And that is fairly easy to do between Indo-European languages, not so easy to do with others. Not grasping the idea of localization versus translating makes your brain want to jump off a bridge. Yes. The thing is, though, is that it's not a bad thing inherently to want the localization. But it doesn't make the translation bad unless the meaning of everything changes as a result of not localizing. Because if you take those things that I just brought up, like the whole thing of like eigo wa chotto, and you put it into English, you can at least guess what the person is saying, what they mean still, even though it's not something you would get normally. You could still connect two and two together. Therefore, like, translation is not bad. But it gets a little dicey when you just go for, like, height, where the literal, like, understanding of the character can change completely. Because if the character means no in the context of your language, but they're saying yes, and it's translated as yes, then the character goes completely against what they just said. That is when the translation is bad. There is nothing wrong with translations versus localizations. I prefer localizations. Because the thing is localizations are easier to read. It's easier for the reader to be able to figure out things without having to use context due to a language barrier. But then again, like I said, my skills are in localization and interpretation, and also explaining things about what the meaning of something is over over all the other stuff. But a lot of people come in with their tinfoil hats and they're the armchair translators, the armchair language learners, and they like to kind of spread their school of thought with no knowledge on the subject because they're not into language learning or whatever. And they usually make their opinions based on like, oh, well, it should be this. And it's like, dude, why are you getting upset if honorifics are not used in a translation? Honorifics do not... I mean, they exist in English, but they don't exist in the same way that they do in Japanese. Honorifics do exist in English. I can't remember what their examples are. I think, like, calling someone, like, Dawn is an honorific. I think Your Majesty is also an honorific, but, like, they exist, but you don't have to hear that to gauge how somebody feels about a character. Or, like, gauge how a character feels about another character. And also, what's even worse is that, like, people think that honorifics are exactly how they work in Japanese. Not true. Not true. You don't... If you call somebody Chang and you're not super close with them, you are belittling them. You're putting them below you. Same thing with Kung. You're either putting them at arm's length, or you're putting them below you. Which is why when you hear Zhang in anime, you don't hear it in real life that much. It exists amongst friends, because friends, of course, like, they'll use that, but the thing is, you have to be pretty close to use honorifics other than Sang. Unless it's between two guys. If it's between two guys, usually you can just drop the honorifics if you're close, but all of that stuff comes from armchair ignorance. It doesn't, and the thing is it doesn't really make a difference whether you use it or... It doesn't make much of a difference whether you use them or not. A lot of those people as well are the people that are learning the language through Reddit advice. And a lot of those people, like, a lot of the people in, like, language learning communities and whatnot, there's elitism hierarchies, which is extremely fucking toxic. Because then you say because what happens there is that it's like, okay, so you have these elite people who can learn specific things using specific methods, and it's like, ugh. None of that fucking works. And trust me, I've used and tried implementing language learning, like, tips from those types of places. None of that shit worked for me. Flashcards never worked. Vocabulary lists never worked. Grammar drills never worked. Reading and speaking worked very well for me. It's always the people that half learn a language. And very specifically, I've noticed a lot of them are in the English-speaking kingdom, or I call it kingdom because that's just the thing that makes the most sense. It's like the English-speaking world, the thing that encompasses most native English speakers. Almost all of us have no direct contact with people who speak other languages. And also there is the ideal that our language is superior because it's the lingua franca, so we expect other people to speak our language. a lot of us don't have experience with people who don't speak English natively. And when we do, those people already speak the language fluently, so we don't need to care because they're in our sphere. People who speak other languages natively kind of have this... usually have this understanding of, like, speaking a language isn't just about being the best or whatever, or, like, there's no perfect method of learning stuff. And also, dealing with other people and other cultures and communities is more common. And a lot of those people already just have to use the resources anyways, whereas a lot of people who do language learning in the English-speaking sphere is usually just... I don't want to say it comes from privilege exactly, but it comes from the ability to just want to do so, rather than kind of being shoved into it. And it kind of creates a different vibe entirely. I almost did a spin too early there. Hey, look, I'm starting to get good hub ones again. Yeah, I know, I'm kind of like rambling again, or ranting, and... Damn it. I was trying to check something, and then I realized my OBS was covered. I have not dropped any frames. Probably just jinxed that, though. But yeah. I hope there wasn't anybody else who redeemed the voice acting stuff before, if either Dio and Flowers could check, like, the redemption, the queue. Can either of you guys check to see if there's, anything in the queue that I may have missed? I don't think I missed anything, but I'm gonna feel really bad if I missed something. Damn, I just got a good, hub 1, and now it's like... There will be some other stuff that I'm gonna have to do. I'll do it after stream. Which, I think I'll stream in about an hour or so. Or I think I'll stream for another hour or so, and then I'll, work out some of the kinks. Way too far to the right there. What the fuck just happened? What? Did I bounce off of a bat? Where am I in the cycle? Okay, what in the fuck happened there? Okay, let me check this and see. Did I miss anything? Follow me yesterday. I did not miss a single thing. Okay. Just wanted to double check. Yeah, tomorrow I guess I'm doing, tomorrow I guess I'm doing, I'm probably gonna be doing more attempts. I think the thing that really sucks is that, like, the one run that I got was, like, I think the third run of the day. By the way, I'm sure people didn't see, but this was the run. 725 Antagony. It was gonna be like 715-ish, I think. 715, 714, I think. Decided to go for fast Nina. Missed, I messed up the sequence of destroying the generators. The first ones. And then I got everything else. Which really sucks. Because I messed up the hard part, not the easy part. And that would have been at least a 24-18, and I probably would not have done any more runs at that point. But I guess the game really, really, really wants me to do a good run. But I mean, hey, here's the thing. What if I skip the 24-1X? I mean, imagine if I skip the 24-1X. I mean, when I got that, that 7-11 that I got earlier today in practice, it dropped my, my spin. That was weird. When I got that 7-11, I failed, like, one thing, and I was a little slow in another thing, too, so, like, I can save another, maybe at max 5 seconds. So technically, if I get a perfect Antagony, I can get a sub 24-1X. Technically, I don't think I'm gonna get that because what needs to go right to make that run work, I will essentially need to have no bad RNG for the deaths and also the Ant RNG. I need to do really well in Hub 3. Then after Hub 3, I need to be within at least 4 or 5 seconds of my best seg, and I need ball glitch. And I need to have good RNG for the ant fight. Which, I mean, technically sub 24 is possible. I can get my sum of best under sub 24. But anything faster than 2420 will be difficult to go up against. Because then it's just RNG at that point, because ball glitch saves 5 seconds. Getting the slow deaths on getting the slow death in Hub 2 and the slow death in Hub 3, that is 4 seconds of time loss from RNG. Ant fight, I can lose up to 5 seconds or more. Unless I get the perfect ant RNG. I get the perfect ant RNG, like I'm saving 6 seconds or something like that, something crazy. Damn it. Now the game wants to do this. Now, I could try for it still. Like, I'm still going to have very high standards for, I'm gonna have high standards for the run. At least all the way up until Hub 3. Once I get to Hub 3, my standards will loosen a lot. Because I don't want to force, I don't want to go over the, I don't want to, like, force myself to do a run that's way too hard to complete. However, I do think it would be really cool to have a great run. Shit, if I can get within 10 seconds of, if I could get within 10 seconds of, like, the theoretical best, which I think would be, like, a 23.54 or something. Maybe slightly fast, and maybe slightly slower than that. That's like what? That would be the equivalent of having only 4 seconds of time save in any percent. And I have 8, I think, in any percent. Ooh, I lost like half a second there. Jeez, what is this dog shit movement? Manipulation for that. Trust. Very fast, somehow. There we go. Yep. That is a mid 122 boat. Fastest Hub 1 of the day. Digimon skip easier on Xbox? No. Oh, come on, man. My second jump was too early. Unless, like, there's one instance that, one thing that can make it easier, and it's just you have more angles on the stick to work with. That would be the only advantage Xbox has over PS2. Otherwise, Tikimon skip is the exact same. Now, doing it the way I do it is really hard. Because, you have to have enough speed to make it over the cutscene trigger. But no, it's not easier on Xbox. I get it like 90% of the time because I'm good at the game. I don't want to sound pedantic, but it's just because I'm good at the game. Unless you're talking about totem skip. Which what I'm about to do right here is totem skip. This is easier on Xbox, yes. This ledge right here is a, like 1 in 100 on PS2. But on Xbox, it's like 30%. At worst, you'll miss it 4 times. But no, if you're talking about the skip I just did, which is Tikimon skip, no, it's not different. Though that version of Tikimon skip is difficult, the version that you will see basically everybody else go for is much easier, and you should get it most of the time. There is an even easier version you can go for, but it is slower by a lot, and it's not that much better. It's just that you have a much, if you fail it, you don't get the cutscene and lose a life. Damn it. My angle was bad. Well, just about everything in Twinsanity has difficulty. I don't really think there's anything that is easier than 3 out of 10 for Twinsanity. Maybe there's some things, but like, generally speaking, Twinsanity is just hard. You don't have anything that's like 1 out of 10. Generally, because the way the movement works is weird. Some things are easier and some things are harder than you would think, and like how fast or how slow you do them kind of changes the difficulty. Like nut skip is really a 3 out of 10. It's not difficult, it's actually fairly easy to do. But if you do it my way, it's like a 7. And a lot of it does have to do with just the fact that there's just randomness with the nut. It's not true randomness, really. This is quite slow. I think this is a mid 124 boat. I need to be really aggressive with my line here. My keyboard split late. So it was still a 123 boat, just not by much. I'm surprised I got that slide. There we go. Bing. Bing. Yep, I was one notch to the left. There is a fourth version of Tikimon Skip that's even easier, technically, but it also requires camera tilted body slamming. But it is a you will not fail this trick type if you get it. But like, it is very slow. Well, not very slow, but it's quite slow. Okay. Okay. It involves doing a camera tilted body slam and then getting onto the invisible wall on the left side rather than doing things on the right side. Where you can fairly easily jump over the arch. But as you can imagine, since you can't see it and most newer runners can't do camera tilted body slams, it's kind of difficult to pull off. Kind of. But it is an essentially, like, you probably will not fail this type of trick. And if you fail it, you don't lose your run. And the degree of potential success is very high. As long as you do it right. But at the same time, it is slower to do, and also slower to retry if you fail it than the other noob version. But the standard way of doing Tikimon Skip is not that much harder than the noob variant. You're just blind. And you have to deal with ice physics, which what a lot of people don't understand when they deal with ice physics is that as soon as you land, the angular momentum that you have does not change very much. Because you have almost no control over your angular momentum as soon as you land. Yeah, Tikimon Skip isn't bad. Most newer runners, that is one of the first things that they learn. There's a reason why we don't really have strats for Tikimon. Because, like, almost nobody actually ran Tikimon. It's one of the oldest tricks that we've ever had, and, it's still relatively easy, it's just you can fail it. Even I fail the standard method sometimes, just rarely. The faster method I fail sometimes. When reverse boss order starts getting run, imagine. Where's bro gonna go? That way? I split late. Yeah, reverse boss order will be added when we finally fucking change and put all levels and no dimension skip on the main boards. Which all levels should be added to the main boards. I still don't know about any % no dimension skip, though. I really think that old dimension skip should be added. Still think that. I still think that that would be a good beginner level run for people. And then you just ban warp skip. Ow. The only thing that really sucks is that old dimension skip, yes. There were two, like, I guess you could call eras of dimension skip. There was pre-twin split and post-twin split. Old dimension skip used the Cortex in Ice Climb. And what makes that Cortex unique is that you can spin through him. So it was very easy to perform dimension skip. The newer version of dimension skip uses Cortex from the farm, which you can't spin through. You have to move around him. And what makes that really annoying is that you can't see his hitbox, and he does his idle animations. There's only one idle animation that sucks with old dimension skip, and it just clips crash through Cortex, and then you fail dimension skip. But in, when we did twin split and used Cortex from the farm, it was extremely hard to get around Cortex because he was fully solid. So, the old version of dimension skip was basically you would do any % just like normal up until hub 2, and then you would go through Ice Climb like you would in all levels, and then you would do Uka skip, and then grab Cortex from out of bounds, go back in bounds, and then go down to where the lab is, and then perform dimension skip. And then, because at the time we didn't know you could perform warp skip, you would go and do Bandicoot Pursuit, and then you would skip, or you would do Rock Slide and skip Bandicoot Pursuit, and then you would... And then after that, you would do Antagony. The only difference with Antagony being you don't have Cortex, so you can die, and the game doesn't crash. The newer version of Dimension Skip, you do something totally different. You go through Hub 1, but you also get the Farmer cutscene, and you grab Cortex. Then you bring Cortex with you, and then you use Twin Split to get him to get up to the top of the lab. You can do most of Hub 2, let's go. And then, once you get up to the top of the lab, you perform Dimension Skip. And then, initially, we didn't know you could do Warp Skip, so most people would do Rock Slide. Noah, I think for one run, he did Cortexless Warp Skip, which is super fucking hard. There's only, I think, like 3 people who have ever done it without save states. I'm one of them, if I remember correctly. But never in a run. Noah's the only person to ever do that in a run. But immediately after we found out that if you go back into, the Psychotron, into the lab, Cortex does spawn there temporarily. but he, like, he disappears after a little bit. But the reason why I say old dimension skip is, like, something that's great for beginners is because in that era of Twinsanity, everybody was... Yo, Murmuler. Everybody was getting fucking records. I got my first, Twinsanity any percent record using it, back before I was good. Like, the thing is it was the golden age of Twinsanity any percent runs. Everybody was doing Twinsanity any percent. It was finally accessible for people. And then, a couple days later, the twin split was implemented, which I was the one who found the twin split. Not the actual thing, but I was the one who found the one that was used in runs. And then it got improved, but it made any percent shit again. Because the only really hard thing you had to learn was Uka Skip, and Uka Skip is a mid-tier trick. So most people who are at least decent at video games could learn Uka Skip and then pull off a run. That was an extremely necessary slide glitch. And I am super far behind the cycles now. I need to reset. Because, like, the thing is, you have to bear in mind that if you've seen Kylie's any percent history, you will see that within the span of, I think, 2 days or something, the record for any percent changed hands, like, almost 10 times. Or more than that, I think. There were so many runs that were submitted, and a lot of people who had any percent runs, that you see in my chat that talk about having any percent runs. Usually they talk about beating beta, because that was the era in which they were running any percent. Because any percent was... It went from like a 9 out of 10 to about a 5 out of 10. Then it went up to about an 8 out of 10. Then when Curse Splash came up, it was a 10 out of 10. Then it dropped down to like a 7.5 out of 10 once I came around and like fixed a lot of things. And then Cortex Antagony came around, and then it became 11 out of 10. And then found out when Neo Warp Skip was found, then it went from 11 out of 10 to about 10 out of 10 difficulty. Basically, if you want to know where any percent... Also, thanks for the good luck, Murmuler. If you want me to put into perspective where any percent no dimension skip, to kind of like put it into perspective where on the timeline this route existed, it was pre-nut skip. Technically, most of the strats were pre-fountain skip. Neo Warp Skip, yes, it's what I use in any percent to bring Cortex up to the top with me. I call it Neo Warp Skip because it's just a new twin jump method. Nobody else has been able to pull off Cortex AA? Dio has. He got his first PB with it the other day. Yeah. So, to kind of put this into perspective, before Nut Skip was found, most of No Dimension Skip was already, Most of No Dimension Skip was already found. The only difference was that we used to do Jungle Bungle and then use the hoverboard to get past the gap. Then Fountain Skip was found by me, and that was the any percent for a little bit. Then Nut Skip was found, and then after Nut Skip was found, Dimension Skip was found. Well, we started the manhunt for Dimension Skip because of me. Because I was using the Moonwalk. I was using the Levitate code, and then walked into the Psychotron cutscene by accident, and Beta was like, dude, we can get into Hub 4 that way. I'm like, what? So then we had the old version of Dimension Skip, which was awesome. And then Bandycraft showed me Twin Split, and I was like, you know what? We could probably use this to get up to the top of the lab without having to go through Ice Climb. So then skipping Ice Climb was found, but then it was too fucking hard. So people went and created No Dimension Skip because doing the Twin Split made Dimension Skip way too hard. So essentially, like, a lot of these strats were uncooked because this Mountain Skip is hard, AoE Skip is hard, so there's a massive barrier of entry, plus you need to do Hug Skip, and you need to do Warp Skip, which before me, nobody was doing any twin jumps with Cortex. Everybody was doing the body slams. So after doing everything, you still had the chance of just not even getting to be able to do Warp Skip, and then not getting the body slam. And then after that, you have to do Antagony without dying. So the barrier for entry of No Dimension Skip was really, really high. Damn it. So then after Dimension Skip, they found there was some stuff that was found that went in to make Cursed Splash a thing. Because we figured out how splash teleports worked, and then I think it was Rijiku that accidentally created the cursed warp effect, and it eventually got combined, and then it kind of sucked. Then it sucked less because they found a means to do an instafall, and the instafall was able to allow you to get the splash teleport consistently, but it was difficult to get to. And at the same time, it only worked on PAL PS2 for some reason. Probably because of the coordinate rounding. And then around the time, yeah, Xbox users cried. Around the time when Kylie was at GDQ, I started, actually getting pretty decent at the game. I was finally used to playing on Xbox after practicing for, 2 years. I wanted to learn how to do Cursed Splash. Dio taught me how to do some of the stuff, and I'm just like, okay, this kind of sucks. And then, accidentally, I slide off of an invisible ledge, where Ice Climb should be, and then, well, it was consistent at that point. And then, well, I started doing twin jumping for Warp Skip because I fucking hated the body slam. And then I came up with some methods, and then I came up with a really good Warp Skip method that I use here in this category. The problem being that by the time Dio could keep up with me, I had already basically, like, labbed a bunch of stuff out. I asked Noah for advice to improve my movement and how to do antagony, and I learned how to do antagony. And, like, it just kind of exploded from there. The reason why I was just able to go so far ahead was because I made things consistent, so I was always getting out and doing runs. So, like, where a lot of people would falter was that they would have to reset all the time. They would never get into the late game. Whereas I was getting into the late game pretty consistently for two reasons. One was that I was a 100% runner, and I still am. So I would always choose consistency over speed, and then allow the speed to increase over time. The second thing was I would always choose consistent strats that I knew I could do to get out of the beginning game, so that way I could focus on the things that mattered the most. So by the time, say, like, Dio would be resetting and he would finally be in the late game, by that point I would already have been in antagony at least 4 or 5 times. So the lack of resets essentially kind of boosted my ability to finish runs, and I would finish runs much faster. And then fix a lot of the slower stuff later. But eventually it spiraled. Then Dio's Xbox died. And at the time, I believe it was in the summer of 2023, I was working full-time at the nail salon, and I needed a place to kind of, like, just chill. I needed something to chill, so I streamed, and I did runs. In the back of my mind, I always thought we could use Cortex for something in antagony, but everything that I did and everything that I tested just wasn't fast. And then some random guy found the way to skip the ant fight by using Cortex, and then it was GG's from there. Like, at that point, we just needed to develop a couple of things to be able to not lose time bringing Cortex, and then bam, Cortex antagony existed, but the problem was having to skip the first cutscene, or the final cutscene, to enter antagony was really hard. So, by the time, at that point, I had so many resets, it took me so long to be able to do Cortex antagony. I practiced way too much, because by the time I would actually get in, because the body slam to get in, to clip in, was, like, extremely fucking, precise, I would only make it, once I got warp skip, I would only make it, like, I think 1 in 5 to 1 in 7 runs into antagony, so I needed to be super consistent, so I worked really hard on it. But it wasn't enough, because I was tired of it. I found a way to make it easier on Xbox, because on PS2, it's free. The cutscene trigger, it does not extend past the door, so it's super easy to get the body slam in on PS2. On Xbox, the cutscene trigger sticks out of the door slightly, so you have to be very careful if you want to do the easy method. And the easy method is still risky. And I spent months and months and months, and I think I only got up to, like, 10-10. And, it was too much. So then, there was this one day, you know, I was grinding, I was trying to get that sub 10. I went into the shower and I had this thought. What happens if I can jump off of Cortex's head as I throw him, and then I can bring him into Bandicoot Pursuit instead of having to respawn him in Bandicoot Pursuit. It would make the movement 10 times easier, and also the cutscene skip would not save as much time, so it wouldn't be worth going for. I try it, and I get it, I think, second try on stream. And then, if I remember correctly, I got maybe 2 more PBs. One of them was the sub 10. But then I wanted something more. I kept looking into the door clip that we knew about for ages, and I was testing it in places, and I'm like, wait, what if we did that to skip the ballroom? And I think I spent 2 weeks on that, found a consistent method, and then within, it was like, I got a mid 950 after that, and then I got the 942. Buena superior. The thing that kind of sucks is that the thing that kind of sucks about all of that is that, almost done with the semester. Let's go, dude. Nobody kind of really knows that history just because of the fact that, like, the only person that can really, like, that would be able to report it to a bunch of people would be Kylie. But the thing is what would change about the 90% history? Now, I'll tell you what would change. It would just be like, oh yeah, and then G-Pro went ham. It was like, I got the sub 1040 after her video, and then I went to Japan. And then it's like, then G-Pro came back to Japan, and then started working on this, and then this guy found this, and then, he got this PB, and then there was this, and this, and this, and then this, and then this, and then bam. And it would all just be basically glazing me, unfortunately. That doesn't make for a very good video. It does not make for a very good video to just, like, say, oh yeah, and then just, it was all G-Pro again. I have improved the any percent record, I think, 22 times in a row. And if I remember correctly, I've gotten the any percent record 24 times. One was during the golden age of any percent speedrunning, which was when we had the old version of Dimension Skip. And then one of them was I took it from Dio, and then he took it back. And then it was just me from then on. Unfortunately, that doesn't make for a very good video. Unless somebody wants to, like, giga glaze me and then say, like, oh yeah, the man who destroyed Twinsanity or something. Bro was lifting his buddy. Fastest run of the day again. I think the last one was a 1:23:35 split. But I remember it being 9th place, 9th fastest run. Yikes. Pretty bad movement. GG. Thanks, I guess? Lost about 0.2 seconds. There we go. Imagine. I'm a little bit behind the cycle, but it's fine. Yo, that fucking rat. He was out for revenge, dude. It's pretty slow, but I think I'm only gonna lose about a second or something. No! Why am I jumping too early? Why are you bringing that up in my chat? We know that. Thanks for saying it, I guess. We don't need fun facts. Thank you. That wasn't me being okay, cool. That wasn't me being distracted, by the way. That just kind of happened. Please don't ask for more fun facts. I don't want to. I don't care. And also, I know it's gonna be asked, I'm not playing on emulator, I'm playing on a console. On my OG Xbox. Crash Bandicoot game, Crash Nitro Kart. A promo code? Don't encourage him. That wasn't saying, like, you can't talk about emulators, it's just... I think most of us already know. It is kind of to the point where nobody Like, I've never heard of another PS2 emulator. Probably because they all suck. RetroArch doesn't count because RetroArch is a back-end different thing. I knew that wasn't gonna make it. Yeah. Understandable. I should probably put chat on screen so people know when I'm reacting to something, because I do get YouTube chat messages delayed. I'm surprised I didn't lose speed there, because that was scuffed. Yeah, there we go, okay. I jumped super early. I am very surprised I made that. I read that correctly too, surprisingly. I don't know what that means. I lost like a whole second. Maybe I split. Maybe I split early or something. Possible. Here we go. Damn it. You're really interested in playing Twinsanity? Will I? Maybe someday I'll get back to Crash 2. But I just like Crash Twinsanity. You should play more. You should play the rest of the trilogy. And not NST. You should play the original trilogy. I would say that they're very important pieces of video gaming history. And more people should value them as such. Not saying they're the best games ever, but they are very important for video gaming history, especially because of the the ideals of Naughty Dog and Andy Gavin in general. Spyro is another one of those pillars of, like, really important, at least Spyro 1 is really important for video gaming history. I don't even think that's really an opinion. I think it's just fact. Because of how they were designed. I would disagree. That's saying that as if Mario games were not just as important to video gaming history. It's not us versus them. That's really dumb. It's just, for example, the thing that made Crash Bandicoot special was that Andy Gavin and, I forget what the other guy's name is, they took the PS1 and they hacked it to be able to use extra parts of RAM, and then also they created the chunk system, which is something that is just used universally today in video game design in general, which is essentially, instead of loading the entire level at once, cut it into pieces. Spyro went the traditional route, but used very, very, very nice graphics and fantastical design, which set a standard for the rest of the industry. It isn't really whether, like, these games are good, because, like, some people like the games and some people don't. That doesn't matter. The fact is that, for example, Andy Gavin basically created a chunk system that is now used today, so that way games don't take up so much space or as much memory, so that way you can use more of the memory. And Spyro set a very good standard for how games should be designed, graphically. Mario 64 kind of created the standard of designing how 3D games function in general. A lot of the ideals of how collision works and everything come from the designs of Mario 64, and a lot of those aspects still apply to video games today. So the first, the platformer that was the very first to actually start having designs of is Croc, but the game didn't release before the other two, but they started before, hang on, I'm trying to think. It started before those games, if I'm not mistaken. Imagine thinking true. Damn it. Lost, like, a little bit of time there. Very good. Yeah, I lost a lot of time to that. A little bit behind PB, but it's fine.
Yummy, fresh meat for my pot.
What is this movement, dude? Okay. What is this fucking movement? It ain't good. Okay.
Perhaps our leaving a sinking ship. Tell us where the treasure is, and we'll let you go.
Silence. Looks like we'll have to
Wring it out of him. Leo, get changed.
I wonder if that's actually what saves the time. I'm actually just gonna try that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just got off work. Nice to see me streaming. Good luck. Thanks, I appreciate it. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. One, 2, 3, 4. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Oh, got me down. That was really fast. One, 2, 3, 4. He like bounced really fast into the water. I'm gonna need to lab that. Ooh.
This way.
I lost some time too. Hmm. Okay. I'm a little bit ahead of the run, of the last run, I think. Hang on. Yeah, I'm ahead of PB right now. It's just gonna depend on if I take damage or not, or if I get the slow death or not. If I get the slow death, I'll be ahead.
Must be prepared, and only one person can help. My niece.
Then we just need to hope that AoE skip works. AoE skip works, then
Here and there. Quickly, to my private dirigible.
then we can just cross fingers.
Madam Ashley's Academy of Evil. This way.
Okay. Okay, neat. Damn. There we go. Okay. Of course. What is that, split again? Let's see. A 343. 343 is not that bad. Come on, man. Give me access to crash this head, please. Thank you. Okay, calm down on laughing at other people, please. Okay. That works just fine. I don't want... There we go. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do that one more time and then I'll go back to doing runs. I've been doing pretty well with AoE skip recently, which is good. Because AoE skip really is like the big boss. The reason why that one didn't work the way that I wanted it to was because I walked instead of tapped. Which I try not to do. I think that might be something that might have something to do with the adapter. Nope. Too direct. The fuck, dude? Come on. Nope. Too direct again. Yep, there we go. I have the muscle memory for that now. It's nice. Dude, why do you make me walk? Stop making me walk. You know what? I could do it that way instead. That might actually be slightly better too. It's just that I don't have any visual cues for my angle. Not sure if that really is gonna matter though. Angle's fine, body slam too early. Second angle's bad. There we go. That's better. I mean, I PB'd today. Like, about 4 hours ago I did. I mean, YouTube says it's still a 24-2x. I'm not going for 24-2x anymore. I have it. And 24-2x is just not good enough. I don't care. I don't care. I mean, that's fine. Yes, I'm going for the 24-1x. That's why the splits are 24-20. This is my PB that I got earlier today. It's a 24-29 with a 7-25 antagony, which should have been a 7-18. The hub 1 was not very good. Or, I mean, the hub 3 wasn't good. Yeah, the hub 1, or the hub 3 wasn't very good, and the hub 4 wasn't good. Though I did get a best seg in warp skip. I was actually trying to, I was trying to get a good time. And I mean, the antagony was mostly fine. I would have gotten the 1x. But I made one movement mistake, and I wasn't going to have it, so I decided to go for fast Nina, and I messed up, and I lost like I lost a lot of time. The reason why the sum of best is a 2402 was because in practice I got a 711 antagony today. Yikes. Granted, I did get ball glitch, and that's not even the best antagony I can do, because the RNG wasn't great. It was okay, but it wasn't great. Ugh. Jeez. Almost fucked that up. Jeez, this movement is scuffed. Of course. Jeez, I'm really far behind this cycle. I'm gonna lose a little bit of time here. Don't you dare. Why did I land there? Ugh. The fact that I have done mountain skip at least like half 1,000 times now, I mean, it makes a lot of sense as to why I'm as consistent as I am at it. I'm still not doing it as fast as I possibly can. I can push out another 1.5 seconds, I think, if I really wanted to. I just don't. It's not worth trying to push out another 1.5 seconds when when only 20% of runs reach hub 2. It just means more runs. I'm losing more runs, and I'm not willing to do that. I'm quite consistent with the method and the stuff I'm doing right now. Nice. Little slow, but nice. And yep, it was an impossible one. Impossible nut. Those unfortunately exist. Fucking inconsistent physics. Dude, why was that? Why did that have too much speed? Fuck you. I kind of wish that, like, I mean, you also never know, what kind of time I'm gonna get. Because this is what, 1702? If I get ball glitch and a really good antagony, I can sub 2410. Which would be kind of insane. Subbing 2410 would be kind of insane. Why is this fast? Okay, fuck off, game. Might still be a high, might still be a high 122. Nah, low 123. That's fine. No. Yes. No. Okay. Nah. Wait a second. Damn it. I have a question for people that have been at least kind of going in and out. Is there anybody that has been paying attention to whether or not my capture card has been off sync or not? Because sometimes, like, it goes to half frame rate. I have it in the corner of my eye. Usually I kind of notice when it does it, but I have not seen it at all since I started streaming. I did lower the, I lowered the bitrate on the capture. And I was wondering if maybe that might have an effect on it. Damn it. Okay, let me see here. I think I'm going to do more. How much more am I gonna do? Let's see how I feel at attempt number 3100, or the next time I get out of Hub 3, get into Hub 3. If I still feel good enough to do runs, I'll continue. Fuck off. Usually when I start saying this, it's time to kind of hang up the towel for the day. Especially because the game's not playing ball. Or nut, I guess, in this case. I'm debating. I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow. Because I'd like to iron out some of the kinks for the for the voice acting bit redeems. I'd like to also add stuff for YouTube and then see what I can do about the alerts. If anything, I might just pop out Twitch chat. That way I have the 7 TV emotes and everything. Buenas. ¿Cómo andas? Damn it. Estoy bien. Estoy casi al punto de terminar el stream porque pues obviamente he estado streameando, haciendo un stream hace 5 horas. Dude, the nut just doesn't want to fucking work. It just does not want to fucking work. Blah. Sí, claro. Pues conseguí un nuevo récord, pero... por autodidacto. Llevo 16 años aprendiendo español. Ok. Venga. Pues tengo amigos hispanohablantes. Yo, and Spider, thanks for the good luck. Okay, fastest run of the day. Go. Okay. Sí, casi todo el mundo me comenta lo mismo. Yeah, that sucked because I almost got it. Okay, so that looks even worse. It's starting to actually do the desync thing, but it's weird because it's not the same as before. It's weird. Not the same that it was before. Only I would notice? No. There's no way that only I would notice the capture card doing this. I've seen it on stream before. Does this weird lag thing. Unless that is literally just on my own preview. But I doubt it. Okay. Pues por cierto, hablo con mis amigos hispanohablantes, también en español, así que what up? The ceiling. Yo, Axel. I almost failed that. Did not. That was almost bad. Okay. De nada. Te agradezco. Ish. I jumped early, and it's fine. Game almost fucked me over. I read it, though. Okay. Lost a little bit of time, but it's fine. That's pretty bad movement. Fine, though. There we go. Fuck are the rats at? Oh. Okay. I didn't hit the rat, so everything is fine. That little bastard. Okay. Alright. A little slow, but it's okay. Yep. I'm going for 24-1X axle because I got 24-29. 1, 2. Okay. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing that's making me lose time now. Yeah, the Ant Agony was a 725. And the the AoE was kind of slow. What are those dodges? What? Dude. He says naughty meat. Yikes! Unfortunately, I lost a second. That's what happens when you have bad movement. I'm like, what? I am ahead of PB.
Looks like we'll have to
Bring it out of him. Video. Get changed. Gracias por la suerte. One, two, three, four. Soy de la USA. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Speedrunning this game recently, and it's a lot harder than it seems. Yep, I make a lot of things look really fucking easy in this game. 1, 2, 3, 4. I lost a little bit of time. Two, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Best approach, like save state grinding? No. I don't save state grind. 1, 2, 3, 4. Literally just learn how the movement works.
Come along!
The best thing you could do is literally just learn how movement works. And to know that you're not gonna get the same run every time. Damn. I think I'm gonna lose time anyways. I might not because of cycles. Cycles might be fine. They might work in my favor. Jeez, this is slow. $448? Ugh.
You monster! Let my brother go!
I might save time?
My crystals! Ruined! Thanks to Perky here. Must be repaired, and only one person can help.
Can I move Crash's head?
Nina Cortex. Isn't she delightful? Obviously, I've made a few modifications here and there. Quickly, to my private dirigible. Set a course
Playing the
for
same
Madam
game
Academy
and
of
same run over and over again is not what's gonna help you get good.
Come along!
It did nothing. Okay. You know what? Looks like I'm just gonna have to do it this way. Okay, cool. What's that cycle like? Using B6X2, don't know if it's two different besides loading times. Not really. Outside, if you're doing any percent, yes, because of like one ledge. Okay, let's see. Nope. The game decided to be an actual piece of shit. BB is not over, but that is plus 8 seconds. Don't you dare. I need to be really aggressive with this. Come on. Dead? No.
They found us! To the airship! Quickly!
You are in detention!
Best I can get is gonna be... Ooh, I'm losing 10 seconds? Again?
All grown up. You found employment as a barber.
I'm an evil scientist!
A scientist of it. To me, you'll always be a little bird.
And there's not much to do outside of getting the 942. Yeah, I'm gonna be like plus 10. Because I got to the cutscene trigger at about 3:53, I think. I could get a lower 7.2x, but sub is dead. Okay. Skipping, what do I mean? The 24 1x is dead. I can't get it. I could get another 2x, but I can't get a 1x. No, todo mal.
Come now, as we explore a new dimension! It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
That was risky. Fuck. It's nice. Not really. That trick looks fun as fuck. It's pretty fun. How's it going? Not very well.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the right
I can get a low 7.2x.
under the rug.
In case you want to know where I stand with my PB. If I do really well. But I have to get everything including ball glitch. Twin jumping aids as fuck. Because you didn't know how to do it. Twin jumps are not hard. Did I improve? No. It's possible I can improve this one, but I'm gonna need either like a near perfect antagony or I will need ball glitch. Let's see how this Ant-RG is. Okay. I'm not comparing against some of best, no. Ball glitch is when the ball goes into the hole, but it's not in the hole. You can like reuse it. It's like sorta impossible. It's sort of RNG, but it's not really RNG. Okay, that was weird, but I mean, hey, we take those. Happens every time? Not every time, no. It happens occasionally. Okay. What cycle am I on? Good. Okay. Anthony's was in a very good spot, too. No way you dropped my jump, you fucking bitch. I don't want to do runs anymore. Well, it was fun while it lasted. We got the voice acting stuff at least somewhat tested. I need to do more. Probably check more tomorrow. Let's see if there's anybody to raid. I mean, everybody's just gonna go to Stewart. Anyways, I don't feel like raiding.